Hello, rail friends. We are at Control Point, North Dalton. We just went live, and we have our first train of the day. We are at Control Point, North Dalton, and we just had our first train of the day live. So check us out on YouTube from North Control Point. Don't click the link. Hello, well, friends. We're at Control Point North Dalton, and we just went live. MOW group getting ready to come out. Can't wait to see the whole gang. So make sure you click on the link for our bios to join today's show. Well, hello everybody. I hope we're sounding fantastic today. Good to see y'all. 58210 CSX train on its way up to Tunnel Hill, Ringgold, and then past the bird cam. We're at the 99. Bird cam's at the 122.8. You do the math. Here he comes, everybody. And I was doing a post on another site, forgot. I got you guys live on the front of my shirt, so excuse the extra post. And stay tuned, stay put, and stay ready. Because as you see right there is the CSX truck where that individual is going to throw the switch, and the MOW gang is going to be coming out today. After today, I understand they're going north. Not sure if we'll see them again, but today, we're going to get to see them one last time. Y'all ready? I am. Todd, I think I was a little loud there. Todd's back at Control Central, so I tuned down the BYV. We are on 0 and blue. And y'all get ready because we are going to have a fantastic time. Especially after yesterday where we had just a few crises, about 16 of them, but that was yesterday.
Go ahead. Yeah, he said let this NS train get by and we can come out behind him. Okay, all right, buddy. We'll be getting ready.
back window up and grab that hammer off that frame of the boom.
All right, Todd, I have gone to blue on the lapel. Hello, everybody. Welcome back again. NS 188 northbound on the Atlanta North District line here. Y'all ready? I am.
Clear, north 2240.
Central giving you a mic check mid-train. Mic check mid-train. Tell me what y'all think. There goes Bugs. Well, that was cool, everybody.
Pull up enough and let that good truss clear its light switch, and I'll go ahead and line this with the correct servicing tape. Copy.
Looks like he had to wait for the foreman, who I believe was the operating the switches. Here comes my umbrella. Right here where I came in. Well, hello, everybody. What a difference one day makes. Yesterday, oh, technology and Mike had a very, very long, hard, disappointing day. But thanks to Control Central and Ray in the studio, Todd and Ray got me through the day. It wasn't the best live show we've ever had, but it was a live show. There were a few interruptions, discombobulations, and technology challenges. As you all heard yesterday, I was talking to Ray. FaceTime, my time, your time, anytime, all the time, trying to get everything to work as it's supposed to on this highly sophisticated, very difficult to explain, complex technology masterpiece that Casey and Ray have achieved to send Mike out to the tracks, so I can hang out with you all. And there goes, or there went, the CSX MOW gang and all the equipment.
Northbound main 1. Get out.
We do have the scanner on for those of you that are first time, or for those of you that watch this in the future that aren't familiar with our site. First off, subscribe. Second, leave us comments. Third, don't forget to like. And then share with friends, neighbors, relatives, and the person next door who you may not know, but you will after you have real moments in common. So we're going to sit back. It is Sunday, July 12th, 3:18 Eastern Standard Time. We're on the Atlanta North District line for NS. That's the track you see in the middle. Far right, the CSX W&A subline. where the curfew has just gone into effect. And I'm going to assume it's the same today as it's been the last couple days, 3 to 11. Don't know that for sure, just going off what it's been. If you've not been with us before, this is a live production. I fall down, Ty's going to call 911 here in Dalton and let them know I'm under the multi-million-dollar umbrella built by the state of Georgia and the city of Dalton so we can rail fan here because there is potential rain this afternoon. A lot of it just kind of depends on where you're standing. So let's enjoy the rest of the show. I hope you enjoyed that very unusual, unique moment that we got to be that close, that many horn salutes from an MOW crew as they all head out. Looks like they left one of the cats behind, not the kind that you feed cat chow to, but one of the big ones with the bucket on the front. All the rail trucks are over there, and everybody is headed north towards Tunnel Hill. Destination, I have no idea. Gone, that I know for sure. So, welcome to Rail Moments. I'm your host today, and my name is Mike for those of you that I'm meeting for the first time. And for the rest of you, thanks for being here today. Back to the tracks where we are currently all red. The two signal towers, or the two signal lights on the tower to the right, CSX, which obviously they're going to stay red. And the red over red there in the center, that is the southbound signal for NS. And hopefully we see a green. Make sure you participate today. Shout out whatever the next train is or anything that you see. Favorite old historic car, like an old Southern car or Norfolk and Western or just whatever. Shout out the power on the locomotives. Y'all just participate and let's have a great time today. Now back to the tracks. And by the way, that was train 224, NS224 that we had. This is train NS188. So NS188, northbound approaching us. Thank you, Alan. Looks like we have some orange coming our way.
Northbound main 180.
There you heard him, 188. Our last northbound had loaded auto racks. Let's see what we have in this one. We do appear to be empty auto rack. There's an old Conrail auto rack. Kind of quiet today here in Dalton. Streets are kind of empty. Everybody's just kind of somewhere else, chilling. There's the old passenger depot on your right.
Signal Norton, northbound main 1. Gate out.
Finally, a moment to catch up with y'all.
Wearing, main 1 to main 2, bound. 188 out. Bridge.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you all today. I hope everyone is having a fantastic Sunday. I'm sitting here chilling under my multi-million-dollar umbrella that you all know so well, for those of you that have hung out at this spot before with us, or you've been here. This is a cool spot, especially if it's going to rain, it's going to be super hot, or the sun is bright as can be. As you all know, you can see the southbound signals for CSX and NS from this location. We're on the CSX WNA sub, which is currently under curfew till, I'm going to guess, 11 p.m. and the Atlanta North District line. And since I'm just getting on the chat, had a whole bunch of things to do today. Hello, David NS Rail fan. I'm guessing you are up chasing the big boy. Am I correct? I heard a rumor that you were. Hi, Tony. Tony, thanks. Glad to see you're going to give us a chance to see some stuff for a change. Tony's up right above Cowan over there on the Cumberland Plateau. And he sent the L&N headed south to us today. But, as you all know, he won't be here till well after dinner, since we are working on the track. As y'all can see, hello, Alan. As y'all can see, Alan said the L&M on 585 is, in fact, sitting over in Waxahachie. Alan says, hey, they're going to be going to Willowdale Road Crossing, which is up towards Rocky Face. So those of you up that way, you may get catch a glimpse of them. Well, hi, Jason. Haven't seen you in ages. Good to see you. Well, actually, I haven't seen you since the baseball game, to be exact. So the RF&P skipped us and did Bridgeport. How dare it? Hello, Billy. Billy, if you're just joining, or if you're not sure quite how long you've been on, but if you saw the MOW gang come out, we are on track restriction up until, to the best of my knowledge, 11 p.m. tonight. So for now, the L&N Heritage Unit is sitting over at Waxahachie at the Waxahachie CSX Yard, and we definitely won't be seeing it in the daylight. So my guess is sometime after 11 p.m. tonight. Which, I hate to tell you that, Billy, but since we're going to miss it, and if you're waiting here in this area, we're both going to miss it together, if that makes you feel better. Billy, it's good to have you on today. David, good to have you on too. And like I said, Jason, it's great to see you again. You over on the cliff? Hello, Mike. How are you today? Mike, make sure you send that in. And for those of you that are familiar with hanging out for the Best of the Rails show, Casey is still traveling in England. So it will be one more week for Casey's back. So Best of the Rails show will be back on 1 week from today. And today being, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe today is July 12th, 2026, where we are 3:48 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. So don't forget, go ahead and continue to send your submissions in. Be a little bit picky if you would, just because of the simple reason that obviously if we have 400 submissions next Sunday, doing the show past a certain time just doesn't work for y'all, because most of us all have to go to bed because we have that whole adulting responsibility thing that happens in the morning on Monday. Todd, I'm assuming everything sounds good and looks good. And again, for those of you that were not with us yesterday, we had one huge day of technology crises, or at least from my standpoint. I understand the concept, but when there's a problem, understanding how to fix it is when I start going into panic mode, calling Ray repeatedly until such time that he answers. And thank goodness he did. He got us on just in time for the MOW gang to come out yesterday. And you all say hello to our guest. What's your name?
Emery.
Hey, everybody, that person you see in the picture, that's Emery.
Right there.
And to my understanding, the MOW group is going to be leaving this siding as of tomorrow and working their way northbound. Jason, I used to love that restaurant. That was TJ's restaurant. I used to come down here all the time. His food was fantastic. Then he opened Syra's, which is his daughter's name, here in Dalton, just a couple blocks from here. And now they have Table 43 open. And I think it's Table 43. I've not been over to Table 43 yet. If any of you guys have, let us know. And if you want some incredible food, definitely put Syra's on the list of places to go. All right, Ray wants me to lower one as I'm getting down here to the notes. Ray says I'm too loud. Can you imagine that? Me being too loud. All right, Ray, I've gone to 12.4 dB. Dead body. Our output's at 0.0 on the master, Ray. Mevo side camera with the furry cover is at 0.0. So, Ray, let me know as I get down to the chat. Am I better? And since I'm so excited about having a good day, it's amazing the difference in the day. Somebody headed over to the restaurants. We are looking south currently. If anybody's trackside today, let us know where you are. Well, hello, Billy. How is everything in Kentucky today? And Billy, I got to tell you, I got in trouble this morning. I tried really, really hard, but the truck swerved into the driveway at Dunkin' Donuts. And the words came out of my mouth: Boston cream. Senior discount. Saved me a dime. But I couldn't help myself. I thought of you and I said, Billy, I'm sorry. And again, I'm a little bit behind y'all. I'm rolling back on the chat. And again, I got my train backwards. So everybody, again, my apologies. The first NS train was 224. The second was 188. So, and see, this is why I need y'all to keep me straight, keep me out of trouble. And that is a project. And yes, we got to have the MOW parade today. I was a little nervous when I left the studio. Ray said, hey, you'll be fine. Just breathe. Todd told me yesterday, you'll be fine. Just breathe. I was huffing. I was so nervous that it wasn't going to go right. And you're right, Tony. A horn salute is exactly that. A horn salute, even if it does come from a wimpy horn. But you know what? The cool part with that is the spirit of all those guys headed out, and gals, headed out to keep the rails safe. And just think, Todd and I was talking about this the other night. Just think what the rail folks went through building the rails across the nation to build the economy of this world or this nation. What they went through, what all that equipment that you saw that went past, what each of those does was all done by hand back then. They didn't probably have mosquito spray either. And just what an incredible thing it was for the railroads to get us to where we are today. Mr. John Welch, it's good to see you today. I hope your world is just fantastic over there in the great town of Rossville. David, is your trip over? Are you still up there? It's great. Again, it's great to see you on today. Thank you. I've met the gentleman that has the dog, and I'm not sure if he's moved or if he's still down there. He had an apartment over by table 43. He was kind of the unofficial, official welcoming committee for visitors here to Dalton. He was super, super nice. I haven't seen him in a while. I hope he is doing well. And the dog was just super cool. By the way, I did make it to the rodeo last night. Again, I have the best wife in the world. She's understanding. As you all know, on Friday, we were supposed to be done at 6, 6:15, 6:30, and we ended up being here 6 hours. So a special thank you to Mrs. S for not being mad at me. And then last night we pushed it right to the envelope, but believe it or not, we got in our seat at the rodeo in time to see the American flag go through the arena as the cowboys and cowgirls took their places, and the announcer there in Ringgold at the Davis Memorial Cattle Farm Rodeo this year, it was his 50th year, and they gave him a huge plaque and award for it, and he is really a super cool guy. Yeah, Green Bean said any traffic coming south for CSX is not called for until like 1 a.m. tonight. Oh, and John brought up a very important point. Please, y'all, pound, hit, like, smash, crunch, destroy, whatever you want to use as terminology. Hey, our bird friends are here. And I forgot the Berg seat again. Doggone it. I have got to do a better job. There's our feathered friends hanging out. And either they're full and they're just resting. One likes the sun, one doesn't like the sun. Well, Billy, that sounds like you had a pretty healthy breakfast. Late, but healthy. Sounds like there's a little chatter on the scanner. Anybody tell me what they said? Uh-oh. Hello, Leanne. Tell us, how did your weekend of painting go? And maybe you already have. I'm trying to catch up with everybody in the chat. So I know you had the PPE outfit, and you were all ready to go, and you were fashionable and stylish, and had on your best painting shoes. I'm going to keep reading. Let's see how painting turned out. For those of you that aren't familiar with the old Dixie Depot, y'all meet William and Leanne, or I guess I should put it Leanne and William, where they are opening, and I guess we'll call it a railroad car bed and breakfast. Not sure Leanne's planning on feeding us, but I'm planning on eating. And I'm not sure if you say Evansville or Evansville, but it's just north of Hickson, which is outside of Chattanooga. And it is trackside, and they are getting the different rail cars ready. There's one that's going to be the lobby and hangout area, and then there's cabooses that you'll be able to sleep in. And I think the debut of all this fun for us is going to be coming up this fall. Well, hey, AGS Rail fan, it is fantastic to see you as well. How have you been? How's everything down your way? You got the world under control down there in Alabama? And Aiden, is going to be one more weekend. Oh, the Volvo scared off our friends, our feathered friends. Casey and Kayla are still traveling in England and throughout. So Best of the Rail show will be back next Sunday, 1 week from today. And y'all don't want me pushing those buttons. Hi, Anne-Marie. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. We're just sitting along the tracks. We were watching the pigeons having a little lunch, but they all took off, and I forgot to bring the bird seed again. And yes, we did have one mourning dove. And look, our railroad tie piece is still here. When we were here, let's see, it had been Friday night, or maybe it was, yeah, I think it was Friday night, maybe Saturday night. I get confused. They all kind of run together sometimes. But the spreader, as he was working the ballast over on the CSX track there, kicked up that great big hunk of railroad tie, knocked a big hole As you can see, there's a plate that's laying over there too, but he knocked a big chunk off of a railroad tie, and it's where the railroad tie is, it's about 1, 2, 3 to the left. I'm gonna see if I can get fancy on y'all. For those of you that can't quite tell, there's the plate, there's the great big piece of railroad tie, and if you count 1, 2, 3, if you go up 3 ties, you can see where it's kabunked off the end there. And as he worked back and forth, that big piece came from the end of that railroad tie, 3 up there. As y'all saw, we cleaned all this up last week, and everybody's done pretty good. We've only had 2 whiskey bottles that were left here, and everybody else has done a great job. So for all of you that hang out here and all the many people that cross here, because this used to be a road and they just put the railroad tracks here one day and skipped the road. But that's where that piece of railroad tie belongs. And thanks to y'all, I learned how I have to turn one mic off if it's pointing at another mic, or y'all hear all kinds of funny noises. All right, there's a look back to the south. And we just plugged the other mic in, Ray. So the MOW we unplugged to prevent feedback, like we learned the other day when I get in front of the camera and I have one on. Every time I hang out with you guys, I learn something. If anybody's trackside, let me know. We got started with a couple trains. The MOW folks came out. So y'all let me know what we have coming south or coming north on NS. Well, hello, Giro. How are you? How are you doing down there in South Georgia? You liking your new area? Uh-oh. Control Central is under storm alert. Control Central is located up on the Cumberland Plateau in a thriving metropolitan area known as Estelle Springs. And that's where Todd throws the buttons, pulls the levers, and sends all the messages out to keep everything functioning as it's supposed to with me here. And Todd is my lifeline along with the rest of you guys. Anything happens to me, y'all know where I am. Y'all send backup. 33 miles north of Hickson will take you to, and again, I'm not sure if it's Evansville or Evansville, but I believe the correct pronunciation is Evansville, Tennessee. So the new house is good. You like it? Oh, we got a little chatter on the scanner. Y'all tell me what it says. I'll hush. And y'all just jump in. Anybody new, let us know if it's your first time. And if you've not subscribed, do so you can participate on the live chat with everybody. Hero's a friend who used to hang out with us right here in Dalton. His family moved, and he's down in the new town. As we talked the last time, not too long ago, no rooster crowing here in the neighborhood like we used to hear all the time. And again, Control Central is facing a massive, major, horrific storm line. So if we lose Control Central, it's because Mother Nature took out the power lines. You make sure you have a ham sandwich ready, and you and Patches are ready to head to the innermost room. Cover up with your favorite mattress and go from there. And if Todd sends it to us, we'll be on the way home. But at the moment, he says we're good. A couple pigeons coming in for a landing. And an update from Alan for everybody. 1080 Delaware and Hudson, who is leading our northbound, is through Austell, almost to Clark. So there's a little update for y'all on 1080. For those of you that don't have any plans for this evening, Alan's forecast is Delaware and Hudson will make it here by 8 o'clock tonight, y'all. He's posting his forecast between 7:30 and 8, so y'all make sure you have your cameras ready and have your spot picked out. That'll be perfect for lighting, and he is leading. little breeze that's picked up. The temperatures today, 82 degrees. Couldn't be a better day if we all tried. Oh, well, Ray, I didn't think of that. That's probably a better alternative than what I do. You're right, and I know that. Hit the stop, mute, red line button to turn off. You're absolutely right. I got to practice this a little more. Giro, I'm glad to hear that you found a train track with a little bit of action on it so you can keep in touch with what all is going on. Have you seen anything cool down your way yet? Tony, if it's starting to get dark, you make sure you're ready. And by the way, Tony, have we had any news yet from last week? Oh, all the pigeons just took off, headed up to their post where they hang out and overlook us. Amory, did you check out our MOW parade for today? That was cool. Don't know if we'll get to see that again, or at least not as up close and friendly and personable as today was for the parade that went past us as they went north. Only just a couple minutes behind schedule. Friday, they were way behind schedule, but today, boom, they were out and gone. I haven't had a chance to keep up with the NSUP merger. Anybody been following what all's going on and have any updates for us? Would love to know how the whole thing's going. And other than David, I know Brandon's up there this week, who got to see the big boy on this trip. Looks like there's been some huge crowds. That has got to be one awesome machine to see. By the way, Rail Momix Production Unit 6, the Ford F-150 off-road 4x4, got a bath today. It's all nice and shiny. And for those of you that aren't familiar and reading the chat, Todd is talking about Iron Rail Cam. Great company. If y'all have not met Vince and all the staff, check out Iron Rail Cam. And they have a number of locations, but they have a great setup on the CSX line and a very unique shot over it. If anybody heard what they said on the scanner, let me know. It's kind of over on the other side of production 6 with its own microphone, so I didn't hear, or I don't hear what it says most of the time. But as I was saying with Iron Rail Cams in not Stevenson, but in Bridgeport, Alabama, they have a cam that looks over the bridge that goes over the Tennessee River, right next to the old trestle where the Trail of Tears went. So make sure you check out Iron Rail Cams. Vince and company will greatly appreciate it. and you will be very pleasantly surprised. Love watching that group. And it goes up there by Tony and Brian, Train Nut Productions, if you have not checked out Brian's channel, and Jesse with Whistleboard Productions, who was here with us this weekend. And Control Central is located not too awful far from the Cowan camp. Some of our friends are back. Oh, thanks, Alan. CT was talking, CT is NS, was talking to train 127. If you've not been with us before at this location, that clunk clunk, clunk clunk, or plunk plunk, plunk plunk, you decide how you want to describe it, noise, are the cars going over our location on this huge 4-lane bridge. And those are the joints where the bridge connects the different concrete sections as the tires hit them. Had some mourning doves join us, as Anne-Marie said earlier. As the train show has gone to the birds. Something got them all excited they didn't like. There's a look to the north where MOW gang took off to, up the CSX W&A sub. Here at Control Point North Dalton. And that's the NS Atlanta North District line, headed up to Varnell. We met the gentleman that owns the tattoo shop over there, just beyond that stop sign. Cigar time, where he makes Cuban coffee. And I've spoke about it before with y'all, but if you've not had Cuban coffee and you like something that's sweet, oh my goodness, it's a masterpiece to watch him make. It isn't like you just brew it and pour it. He gets the muddler out, crushes all kinds of stuff in it, and does all kinds of things. Don't forget, subscribe, like, tell your friends, neighbors, and relatives. Oh, speaking of, I saw where Johnny, oops, sorry there, it just kicked y'all. My apologies. Oh my goodness. I saw where Randolph Mantooth, Johnny on emergency, passed away. I don't know who has what show as their favorites from the past, but Emergency was one I really, really liked. And actor Randolph Mantooth, best known for fighting or for playing a role as a firefighter paramedic, Johnny Gage, on the I can't believe it's that long ago, the 1970s NBC series Emergency, has passed away at age 80. That's sad. Mantooth died on Thursday, July 9th, 2026 at a hospice facility in Ventura, California after a long illness, his brother Donald said. He was 80 years old. Most recognized for his role as a paramedic, Johnny Gage on Emergency, which aired from 1972 to 1979 and helped make the United States aware through TV of the modern updated EMS system that we have. He was a longtime advocate for emergency medical services and remained connected to the EMS community through appearances and outreach. Our thoughts to him and to his family. I enjoyed many, many hours in front of that TV with them, all of that cast. They were a great group. A little bit of train action up in Chattanooga. The Southern floating around on 371. Our train 188 is up by Citico Junction, and 224, that was in front of it, up by Brown. So 371 apparently is waiting to get around that traffic. And you all correct me if I'm wrong, but to my knowledge, the Southern's going to be going south, coming down the Atlanta North District line. But you all correct me if I'm wrong. Control Central, if you all want to watch how the storms are progressing up in Todd's area, as Tony pointed out, about 20 minutes north of Cowan. Giro, thank you for the update. 8099, trying to make his way down here. He's got a little bit of traffic to get around. Alan, thank you for the update. The Southern is on train 371, as we were just talking about. Well, hi, Nate. How are you today? Todd's got the eagle eye going on as long as he has electricity in his part of the world up there on the Cumberland Plateau. NS370, for those of you that may not be reading the chat, is a BNSF and a CN, aka Ex-Citirail. 18E, currently sitting at Powder Springs right now. But 371 does work Rome. Yes, Mike Lockhart, the TV show Emergency with Gage and DeSoto, and what was that? The hospital, Rampart. I think it was Rampart General with Dr. Early and Dixie and Dr. Brackett. Do I have that right? And then Kelly was one of the fires. I was part of that show. Man, that was a fantastic show. Adam 12, Emergency, Dragnet. Boy, I love those shows. Always look forward to watching them on Sunday. Grill a steak. I was pretty primitive with cooking back then. If I couldn't boil it or grill it, it didn't happen. Is anybody trackside today? Nate? Anybody at all? Any of you guys hanging out along the railroad tracks? Uh-oh, wasp. Ay, 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 where's the fly swatter? And y'all gonna have a little bump here for a moment. When I kicked the tripod earlier, I discombobulated it. My apologies there. Sorry for the bump. So y'all can see they left the crane, or not, I shouldn't say the crane, but the cat front end loader over there when they all went out. And y'all are looking south if it's your first time on. Sunday afternoon, July 12th, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Standard on a quiet, peaceful trackside Sunday afternoon. Hope all of you have today off. As Brian and Jesse and I do from Job 1, all three of us share the same adventures at Job 1 every day. In our arsenal of equipment in production 6, we carry the simplistic contraption called the fly swatter. If you're not familiar with production 6, it's equipped for off-road, on-road, and wherever else. And if you've ever ridden with me, you know off-road's one of my favorite places. Through the ditch, through the woods, I even went through the creek Andy sent me to with production 6. As you can see, I work off the tailgate. That little box closest to you on a stand held down by the great big black weight belt, that is what transmits the signal and coordinates all the equipment that we operate on, be it the different sound mics, the transmission to YouTube, everything, all functions. It produces the Wi-Fi signal for all the equipment to communicate together, and then batches it all up in a bundle, sends it on to YouTube, where it processes and comes back to you. So we use signal inbound and signal outbound, which is pretty cool. Thanks to Ray and Casey. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here today. And Control Central, keeping us on track today. And we even come with ambers. And there's just about every single thing in that truck that you can imagine. And we can shoot at night, over 100,000 lumens total we carry on board, and we can even make trackside coffee. hanging out next to the tire store, although they closed at 4 today. Everybody's gone from the tire store. Over there on the far side of that tailgate is where the scanner is. As we watch the signals to the south. And again, the CSX line currently on curfew because the MOW gang is on it. So we got to keep them safe. We got quite a breeze today, and it's all the restaurants there in front of us. Oh, so many aromas. Oh my goodness. Alan said 371 is approaching Pierce. Alan, would you tell everyone where is Pierce? Inquiring minds certainly want to know. Oh, the plane boss. Yes, that was a fantastic show. Oh, and what was the one with the commissioner? Or what was the name of that show with his name was Mac and her name was Sally. Todd, tell me you didn't tell DirecTV what to do. Bad, Todd, bad. I'm thinking about switching to Ringo telephone system for our internet. As I understand, they use the EPB system, and our internet system at the house, which is currently with another company that starts with a C, has been lousy lately. And if you're not reading the chat, we were just talking about Control Point Pierce. Alan said to tell you all that Control Point Pierce is at the 238.2 milepost, just before Brown. Alan says it sounds like 371 is still there building a train. And Alan said he's listening to all of this. And speaking of, if you haven't hit the like button, now would be a great time so you have that out of the way, and don't forget to later. Alan is listening to Chattanooga NS Terminal on the Elder Mountain live audio feed. Well, there's somebody with some incredibly loud music. Oh my goodness. That's almost to the point where how can you hear? Holy smokes, that's a lot of noise. My ears would hurt so bad I wouldn't be able to drive. I guess that's one of the things that changes as you get older. You don't need it as loud as it used to be. Or I guess in some cases you need it louder to hear it. Looks like the crossing down by the old freight depot is open and working today. Over on the far left side is where all the MOW equipment was parked earlier that we saw parade out. a very, very cool sight to have seen. Excuse me. Well, Todd, looks like Leanne and William has some lightning and rain up there. Good thing they didn't paint today. Well, even though it's getting kind of dark here, there's more clouds rolling in. The breeze has picked up. It shows no lightning within 30 miles of us, so we seem to be sitting pretty good today. But boy, the wind is definitely picking up. And a little update from Alan for you guys as the sky gets, oh, I wouldn't say gray and I wouldn't say blue. We'll just say rainy looking. Apparently 371 is ready to leave and is past Brown. So that puts, as long as he doesn't have any northbound traffic, should put him here pretty quick. 370 must be working Rome, Alan says. So that's kind of the update that from y'all. And as y'all know, you guys are the ones that keep us posted what's going on. It's where we all come together in the community, and between this, that, and everything else, we all keep track of what's where and what we're going to see next. But the difference with this operation is your hosts talk to you. Those other cameras, they just zoom around. Oh, we got to get some power in here. When something gets low on power, such as the tablet, which drives the whole system, we carry a power pack and we put it in a pouch. Put a cable on it, zip it closed, and then we hang it on the tower. Now, as a result, we're going to have to disconnect for a little while the lapel mic. So I'll be talking to you through the normal cam or texting with y'all. All right. Hey, Todd, how's this sound? We're running off of both the MOW and the iPad for sound at the moment. And again, a different combination, Todd. Tell me how it sounds. All right, Todd, just as we're having a little chat with Control Central, for those of you not familiar with who Todd is. Todd, I am currently using the mic on the tablet itself. So, kind of let me know how we're doing. And here is sound check 1, Todd. This is sound check 1. Tell me how it's doing. And then in the meantime, I'm going to go over here and try a second spot and call it sound check 2. So here's sound check 1. And now we've moved over here to a different location, and we're going to call that sound check 2, Todd. So Control Central, you tell me, how does sound 1 versus sound 2? This is sound check 2. Thank you, everybody. Oh, thank you, Alan. In both positions, Alan. Everybody, thanks for that information back. On sound check 1, we are communicating with to you through the microphone on the tablet with the lapel mics off, which kills the scanner mic, but we can feed power to the tablet quicker with a direct feed. And everybody, here's sound check 3, just for fun. How is this? This is without the lapel mic. This is just in front of the camera on the directional mic. As you all know from previous conversation, there's 4 mic opportunities here on the setup, thanks to the 3100 series that ties this all together. So Todd, you tell me how, or everybody let me know how sound 3 sounds. Hey, I like that, sound 3 sounds. As y'all can see in the distance there, our beautiful blue puffy white clouds are gone and replaced with whatever you want to call it, rain clouds. Those clouds you see to the south is confirmed rain, R-A-I-N. But for the moment, based upon the pigeon weather forecast, clear for dinner. And that was the end of the Berg Show. Todd, you keep an eye on that because I do not want to get wet. Brings a whole new meaning to a bad day. Well, everybody, it looks like 371 is past the 230 defect detector. So it looks like we have two southbounds working their way here. We'll just kind of stay tuned. Y'all keep feeding us information. Nate, you get ready to be on point up there. You're going to see both of them. You're the only person that might be trackside that I'm aware of. So we have 1080 somewhere south of us in Rome, an hour out if he was to leave now. 26C on his way here, and two southbounds, one of which has the southern on. Timing is of the essence. Mrs. S's dinner was promised tonight, and as someone was so gracious to point out to me, I'm late. Thanks, Alan. I'm keeping you all posted. right, everybody, we've got a few of the things changed around. Back on the lapel mic. Do have power going into both systems. Watching that gray cloud. Looks like he's moving kind of north, Todd. And Alan, don't know if I like that idea. In front of us, gray and rain. Behind this great big umbrella, blue and pretty. And an update from Alan, 371 just cleared Ottawa. All right, getting caught up here. Sorry, everybody. Just trying to make some power arrangements and timing arrangements and all kinds of arrangements.
Sweep back.
And we have somebody pass the 48.7 defect detector. Looking at the weather and all your weather advisory notes that everyone has sent me. Thank you, everyone. All right. Nate, what are you hearing or seeing up there? You keep us posted. You should have 2 trains coming at you. 75 at Phelps. You're right, Todd. Thank goodness that horn check finally stopped. Alan, we need to leave the light rain somewhere else. It needs to blow east instead of north. Behind me is all kinds of pretty. In front of me is kind of like Alan, her favorite is the pork chops at City Cafe. There's 2 styles. There's one that she likes, the one that comes with the au jus sauce, and the 2 onion rings on top, although she doesn't like onion rings with rice. That's her favorite over there, so that'll have to be the choice on the menu. The wind is blowing due north. Todd says it's about to get me. Uh-oh, I better make a little bit of some plans here. Tony's got 4004 in Bridgeport. Todd tells me I'm about to be wet. All right, everybody, we got to make a couple arrangements here and see how we're going to deal with this. Everything is always a contingency plan. Hello there, everybody. You're right, Alan. MOW crew is about to get wet. Hello, Eugene. We're getting ready for a rain issue. Gonna maneuver production 6 here a little bit, y'all. Todd, Ellen, is this a short rain, a long rain, a big rain? What do I need to get ready for here?
About 20 minutes, I think.
Hey, everybody. Oh, there was a tackle. Y'all stay put. I'm going to leave you on this angle for just a moment, okay? We got to do a small fix here. You should still be able to hear the scanner. I know, feedback, sorry. Whew. Hey, everybody. Well, that was a fast-moving, quick, downpour, northbound wind blowing across through here. Oh, thank you, everybody, for the heads up, the directional, here it comes, and all the rest of the things, because we are really, really working on options here. We're past our normal PowerPoint. We're having some, not issues, just things that we've learned along the way, how to survive past the normal levels. We've repositioned production 6. We've got all the things that could blow away. We secured them, closed the tailgate, moved the monitors and everything for 26C to get by. And it's 6:25, Sunday, July 12th, 2026. We have survived the rain, the storm, the wind, but I do have bad news. Oh, looks like I'm still over here. Huh. There, sorry you guys. Now I think you're on the right direction. Since I had to get one of the monitors up and over, sometimes it doesn't change like I think it does. So we moved everything into production 6, temporarily set up with weights over here for the transmission point, put everything in, and then closed the tailgate and positioned the truck so it was on an angle. So we were ready to go for the wind when it hit, and put production 6 there on a curve so the rain kind of went past the tailgate. But if you don't think it was windy, this is an idea so you can see. That's what's left of my umbrella. That gives you an idea what the wind just was, if y'all can see. So we now have a crescent umbrella with an eye poker. so much better to see y'all by. And if you'll notice, it now is kind of straight across on the top. It no longer has that, effect. So, that's the story on the umbrella as we wait for two trains coming south, one of which has the Southern on board. All right, it looks like we're okay. Well, not really, but not as bad as it was a moment ago. Working off the tailgate of Production 6. But Production 6 carries two umbrellas, a backup. Relocating the transmitter. Going to get rid of this. In the dumpster it goes. As we start putting everything back together. Horn salutes. Wanted and needed. All right, I'll be back on the monitor in a second. Y'all let me know if you can hear the scanner when it makes some noise. We're going to reposition Production 6. Okay. Time to focus on southbound lights. We know one of the two trains that we are waiting on has passed control point long. About 15 miles to the north of us. So, I'm guessing, based upon what y'all are telling me, we are okay for the moment. We have power charging. We have the camera charging. We are still in action. Everybody, y'all still with me? Let's do a roll call. Who's all here? Let me know, y'all. I gotta find my iced tea wherever it blew off to. Ay, ay, ay. Whew. Boy, if I practiced that drill too many times, I'm getting pretty good at it. Oh, my chair's wet. Ugh.
North End Dispatcher, 5 over. Talk to Mr. Dent. Looks like he wants you guys everything ready. Once you guys have the Chattanooga cars, I guess, that we're supposed to bring back to Rome, brake test it. You can cut away with a power, get down to the depot, wait for the tax, and then the G56 crew will take over from there when they taxi for the power over.
All right, the Southern on NS 371, second back, led by NS 4874, is reported 18 minutes ago, south through Appleton, there at Howardsville Road. So he's literally around the corner.
We'll be able to get you at the north end there, so it's probably once the cars are brake tested, and pull down to the depot with the power, wait for the van, and then when 56 gets there, they'll just hop on the power at the depot and get back to the kind of cars back over. Ordered the van. The earliest in there was for 8:05, 8:05 p.m. I'm going to monitor it and see that PTI gets somebody on it. It's supposed to be backhaul for the 56, so it'll take guys from Dalton to Rome, and then it'll pick up the G56 back over. No problem. Dispatch over. Trackside. Go trackside.
Okay, everybody, back to y'all. I'm sorry. I think we have everything corrected. My apologies for the feedback. A special thank you to an incredible wife for a hall pass to be a little bit longer as she waits for the dinner I promised her that I would pick her up for 39 minutes ago. 26C northbound with all those smiley faces on it gone. Can everybody hear me okay? Everybody got everybody's picture okay? We took a couple spots of rain on the camera when the umbrella flipped upward to catch the rain instead of deflect the rain. So we've got that fixed. We got enough power to last. So everybody, y'all let me know. Are we all okay? Everybody online, everybody can hear, no buffering, no all the things that we normally deal with. All right, that was 26C, as y'all have read, since I'm behind and you guys are ahead of me. All right, 371 has cleared control point long. Hey, Eugene. Alex says, we had a lot. For those of you that haven't subscribed, now's the time to do so, so you can see the chat and keep up with everybody, and questions you may have or things you want to point out as everyone else is doing, you can as well. Extra lease trailer. It's been a while since I saw those. Like I said, there's always something that somebody sees that, you know, we don't know or miss or whatever. So that's what makes it so much fun. All right, camera lens is all back. Like I said, when the umbrella went to rain catching instead of rain deflecting, I accidentally took a water hit. But I think we got everything good there. Can everybody see okay? Southern Onyx Way. Eugene has rain in Brunswick County, Virginia. 1080 somewhere on 18E, but I haven't heard anybody confirm exactly where 1080 is. Yeah, the camera probably is moving when the wind is blowing as hard as it was. All right, we've got a horn coming north. All right, Billy, you're good. Todd, thinking about the family of Senator Lindsey Graham, only 71 years old. Yeah, you're right, Billy. It will dry because I'm going to absorb it all. 18E past Rockmart with the Delaware and Hudson leading and having PTC issues. Well, there's a surprise. How you been, Southern CSX nut? 4 engines, eastbound NS passing TVRM. Y'all are going to have to run down to Dalton to see those because we will not be here that long tonight because we were supposed to leave 43 minutes ago, but we are going to hopefully see the Southern. You never know until it happens. We got some really gray skies behind us. All right, let's see what's next. Northbound or southbound? Anybody know for sure? Tell me. Chuck, how we play this game, the plan is you take the rain, I take the no rain. You get the umbrella out, I keep the umbrella in. Right now the wind's blowing north. I have blue skies and puffy white clouds. Hello, William. You're never late to the party because the party never ends on Rail Moments. Good to see ya. How many acres of grass does it include that you get to mow now? And Todd's right, Lucas right, Alan's right, everybody's right. You're in time to see the Southern if everything stays as hoped. Yeah, Alan, I really, really thought I heard a horn coming north, but there goes the Dalton Fire Department Command SUV. And if you want to ask, how do I know that? Because it has the words in great big gold letters down the side of it. Command. I like that. How many acres do you have to mow? Too much. That is very self-explanatory. Too much. Somebody having a little trouble hearing their music, so they're going to make it extra loud so that we can hear it too. All right, Alan. You think it's 370? Todd, thanks for that weather update. And Alan, too. Both of you have been doing a superb job of making sure y'all keep me dry or prepared, whichever the case may be.
Crossover Diamond. I got to stop and get a switch.
Here comes the tamper and the spreader. Well, that would explain why nobody's coming in any direction. Hello, Andy. How you been?
70-15 got 3. We're going to pass this middle crossover.
Andy, we're waiting for the Delaware and Hudson 1080 coming north, which is still down by Rome. The Southern is sitting just north of us. CSX has their rail gang out. 2 of the pieces of many just came back in, where the whole rail gang went out earlier. Those 2 pieces came back separately. You just saw they switched back to one of the 2 CSX sidings there on the left. And apparently,
dispatcher, over.
Hey, Dan, you read this G55?
G65, over.
Yes. Is it going to be bad easy for us to have this middle crossover and back down the line into the south end of the yard, or is it for us to go to Harry and come out?
With the traffic I got now at Hare, it's going to be a little difficult. Got 370 and N74 lined up north, and then a 371 coming south, 369 behind them, and then 3. So if we can out Hare, that's perfect.
All right. We law in an hour. We got our work done except getting the engine back to the other end of the yard.
I got you.
Or you gonna call us when we come out this middle?
What was the other option? You could go which way over?
There's a crossover here in the main line, the middle crossover. It's a hand line crossover.
We might be able to use the hand crossover then between Walnut here if you need to get out and then Walnut. What to do is get the M74 by. They're coming through Sugar Valley right now. After that gets by, we should be able to get you the time out there to Maine and then back to Walnut to the siding.
All right. You got an engine number for that one? Or M74?
Did you catch that 50?
That.
After the M74 gets by between Sugar Valley and Davis right now, we'll be able to get you the time to the crossovers and head south to Walnut and then back into the siding over.
For us behind the M74, you have a engine number for us?
You have to confirm it. Give me a moment. North end N74 over. Just verify your CN 41847. Yep, that first one that's going to come by is the 360 and 74 is the second. We'll see a 370 and then a hit 64 with the NS 4718, then we down the same line. Yeah, that's correct. Give you a shout after you see one by, and then we'll get put up to get you guys out on the needle. We'll call you back on the corner. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna get you to eat back here and let's see if we can get everybody in there, and then I'll get JP to walk right here with that cat. Copy that. Okay, Pickle, you on here? All stop here. No. Very clear here.
All right, everybody, we have northbound glowage. The Southern is sitting 5 miles away from us. Hey, Crash, you're just in time. Y'all have to catch up here in a little bit. Let's see what's coming. Oh. Well, that was too cool. What a fantastic, incredible catch. CN2793 Ex-Citirail on train NS370 northbound through Control Point, North Dalton.
Putting it back.
Live. Anybody you want to say hi to, tell them. We're over 300. Two more southbounds. And then I got to take Mrs. S to dinner. The Southern's coming shortly. All right, your guys' job is to watch for that light on the switch tower to change colors. The Southern spotted and is sitting 5 miles north of us. Count them. X 5 fingers, 1 hand to the north of us.
4, advance approach, Walnut.
Just 15, and that's I'm ready. Flagging on right. Timing. Run the stone to air. What do you think? Say we might just go on to air. What do you think? I think it takes about fish to run that time, don't it? Hey, don't bring this T55 over.
Go ahead, 55, over.
Yeah, we're supposed to train back. We're just gonna, either way, ain't gotta run around that cut. I'll pull the hair, top of the hair. Can you redirect that guy to hair?
Alright, so won't have anything to run around it. You'll have to tie it down. Is that correct, over?
Yes, sir. It's 10 to run the time off this switch, and we lower it at the corner.
Good. It's showing that they are going to be on time, so around 8 and be on the lookout for that band. I will, if I can reach out to them, get them redirected over.
All right, so we'll be standing.
Yeah, I caught it. What's the closest intersection or something up there to the north end of siding there at Harrow?
I have no idea what that road is right there.
Do you know the mile post? So I can look it up over. not seeing the 41.4. Next one up is the 40.58. Over. That is a 40.5. Yeah, 40.5. Looks like Emory Street. I'm gonna see if they can get him up there. Over.
All right. We'll be keeping an eye out.
Thank you. Gotcha. Said before, clear here, north. Yeah, 74, upgrade.
174, clear. Hare. Canadian National in the middle. 370, Horn and Appison. Tony, good night. Whistle Chaser, we have a storm coming, and Todd says I'm down to about 17 minutes. As you can see, that is not evening time. We are going to begin packing and cutting all the non-essential equipment we can. And I was letting you know, Mike will be going. I need to break the news to you all. If we can't get it, the Southern here momentarily, this one's coming right at us. So we are going to go ahead and start packing non-essentials, and we'll see what happens. Y'all hope for a fast green light? That's what I'm hoping. But in the meantime, we'll be ready. Pulling the plug on the extra power. Todd and Alan, y'all been doing a phenomenal job of keeping me updated on weather. Don't stop now. As you can see, it's getting darker here. We are all regs facing southbound. Okie doke. Be safe. Hey everybody, hope you can hear me. The dark swirling clouds are on top of us. Left, right, moving fast. Hey, it's been fun, it's been super real. I can't tell you all thank you enough for being on. For those of you first time, don't forget, subscribe and like, and for those of you who watch this in the future, leave comments, please. Everybody, be safe during the storms, have a plan so that you always have the family protected. The southern 4.5 miles north of us, still all red on the southbound. Like I said, storm right there. Mike is gonna go. This one looks pretty big. Todd Allen said pack and run, and we're in the process of doing that. So everybody, from Casey and I, while I'm still packing, I'm gonna leave it on for a moment, but from Casey and I, thanks for being part of Rail Moments. From Ray at the studio watching over everything and getting everything back online, a huge thank you. Control Central up there on the Cumberland Plateau, high up on the peaks, pulling the levers and the curtain and pushing the buttons. And speaking of buttons, pound the like button. Hit it now. And make sure you all tell each other how much you love one another. Do something special for the one in your life. All right, you can see the cloud for a moment while I finish packing.